And we're live. Hello, welcome to the stream. Howdy. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is an art stream. I'm your host, Jacob. How's it all? How's it going, everyone? Welcome. I'm not sure how today's gonna go. Uh, Admittedly, I got COVID a little while back. Got over it. I'm good now. However, I do have kind of lingering fatigue and brain fog, so I'm not sure if I'll be able to do a real long stream today, but we'll see what we can manage. It should be interesting, though. We don't have, like, a designated, this is the task that must be done today. So we're kind of free to explore, and I figure some of the coolest art in the game is something that is currently kind of mostly just mobile experience. When you load up the app, you get this cool splash screen as it loads. I believe when you log out and log back in on browser, you get to see it as well around kind of the edges of the login. We do cool like scenes, and sometimes for like events or brand new areas we've done some, and I think it'd be nice to do a new like generic one that can just kind of like go into the rotation. So my plan today is have you wonderful hunters help give some ideas about a new kind of like scene, an illustration, like a full kind of composition, like what if you had the option to like take a first person perspective of the game, what would you want to see? Where would you want to go? What are you looking at? What would be cool to like basically sketch out today? We're definitely not gonna be rendering out like a whole huge illustration. When we've done these in the past, we tend to give a good amount of time to actually complete these, but it should be pretty fun. We're probably gonna like whip up some just kind of fun little thumbnails of ideas, sketch out some just kind of like, I don't know, what would it look like if we were standing at the foot of the pagoda, or like inside the tavern or something like that. Like what kind of scene would be interesting to kind of like, I don't know, captivate the imagination of MouseHunt, or Narnia, or like not a specific event or a specific location particularly, but just kind of like a generic MouseHunt experience, I guess, but like a unique visage into it. So that's kind of the plan today. Basically, just concept art of kind of like stuff that maybe already exists and stuff that maybe you don't get to see normally in the flow of the game. So it could be fun. Also, hello to everyone in the chat that's live with me right now. Gee, sorry about I'm probably gonna have a frog in my throat all day. Shotgun Jack, you, Chung Yin Kun, Generic Potato, Math Awakening, Dan Bauman, KDMG, A Swifty, Run and Tan, Lenary, Why So Famous, Diamond Knight, Ruru, Ice Nine Web. Hello, 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 everyone. Yeah, so let's see. There's been some suggestions already in the chat, so I should probably take a look-see. Yes, freedom today. It should be interesting. Hopefully not too kind of meandering, but with me sometimes that's what you get, and hopefully some people enjoy that ride. Ooh, Zugswing's Tower and the Seasonal Garden would be neat. Yeah, that would actually be pretty beautiful to like take a look inside and experience kind of like a new visage of that. Something that overlooks the Hall of Heights. Ooh, overlooking the labyrinth with Zokor in the distance. Floating islands in the sky above. That's neat. I like that. Backwards Barn. Prolonged preface and the chapter of grand finale. Oh yeah, the silhouette for the bitter, bitter grammarian mouse. It's not black. Um, I also noticed that. I think you know, she's just like, well, technically it was just kind of like an output error, but uh, yeah. I did see the message now. Thank you. Why it's so famous. Um, yeah, there's a couple of like visual tweaks that kind of came through from full release. So we're going to be putting out like a little patch in the future for kind of tweaking that stuff. Um, let's see. Have several and allow the hunters to choose which they see. Yeah, no, I think that'd be kind of nice. Like being able to like choose your background and stuff. Stuff like that is kind of nice. And so that's kind of a bit of a utility of creating more of these is if we kind of like create enough that aren't just like, oh, this is for a specific event or something like that, then, you know, like that might be more of a possibility. I think right now it might kind of start to work on like a randomized rotation, or maybe we just kind of like set like for this week it's going to be this one or something. I don't know how we're doing it exactly. Another kind of use for these also is for stuff like news posts. Um, we like to be able to kind of like have just kind of like a nice, interesting looking slice of an illustration to kind of like put at the, you know, the banner for the news. And, you know, having something that's kind of more just generically MouseHunt might be pretty nice to kind of freshen that up. Obviously for events and stuff or new locations that get, you know, an illustration, that's super great for that. I think right now for most of the news posts, we have like that nibbler image, and I'm not a huge fan of kind of like how the nibbler kind of looks these days. I feel like the art isn't as good as, you know, the other stuff we put out. So it'd be for me, I would love to see kind of like a new kind of use or a new generic news post image, maybe. I don't know. Maybe this won't be good for that. Who knows? I don't know what it's going to end up looking like or where exactly we're going to use it. Obviously, it'll be used for like, you know, like a loading page and stuff like that. And that's basically a given. But other things we tend to use these illustrations for, like the big kind of like pretty images, is stuff like ads and stuff. Trying to get, you know, new eyes on the game, and that's important for it doing well. So kind of creating really nice illustrations helps bring new players. So it'd be nice to make something nice for that. Or even the riffs, not sure what it'll look like. Yeah, it could be cool because there's a lot of like totally different areas in the game, and for the most part, maybe the best kind of lens into that experience is if you take the header illustration for the area, if it even has one, and compare it to the map, and then you can kind of get like a concept of what the area's overall qualities are. So that's not bad, but you don't get like a scene so much. I'm gonna jump into kind of my drawing program here. This is Clip Studio, and so this is the latest one that came out, obviously, because this is the splash illustration for the Folklore Forest that Liz put together, and it's just incredible. The amount of design and thought that was put into this is just staggering. And it does such a wonderful job of kind of like creating a setting, a mood, and telling a bit of a story at the same time. And it really draws the eye and just kind of like pulls you in. It's a very engaging piece, and so I wanna like have us create something similar to that, where it's not just kind of like an environment, but it feels like a story happening. Perhaps I think that could be a lot of fun. This is one that I did for a Halloween event, the Baba Yaga, or was it Gaga? No. Well, I forget the name of the mouse exactly, but the Halloween event there, that was fun to make. This one's like the generic one right now, right? And I really love this one. Maxine did this one, and it's just so beautiful. One of the first kind of like splashes that really kind of like were like, we need to definitely do more of that. And this was actually like an advent calendar, but at the same time, because it's like a full scene with a story happening, you know, it really kind of like is a splash, and so we've definitely used it in that way. And so it's really nice to kind of like have these moments, and like kind of like with the team the size it is, we have 4 artists, and currently between releases, we just wrapped up the Folklore Forest, and that was pretty big. And so we'll be starting on our next major milestone soon. But right now, we're kind of like in an in-between moment. So it's a good time to kind of like do back burner art, stuff that we've wanted to do and haven't had the time to, because we were making sure to kind of hit our deadlines for permanent content, which is a pretty high priority. And so just kind of like new, great, lovely art that can be used for just cool things to make the game feel more immersive. This was like a really old like loading splash that I did, and I think this would be considered the first splash ever, and this lasted for a while. The Sky Palace splash, which is kind of like your perspective from the floating islands looking up into the Sky Palace, and the Spring Egg Hunt. So lots of like really fun, engaging scenes, right? And so yeah, I just want to sit down with you all and basically scribble up just like some ideas for what would we like to see as a new one. So many possibilities. Let's see. All right. Finally returned after 2 years. Welcome back. I hope you enjoy the new content. There's definitely a lot to be done. Ooh, I like this idea. Like to see a wooded area where you see Larry hunker down around a campfire. Little Easter eggs around, bases, trap supplies, cheese. Less about the mice. That's interesting. Yeah, actually, that could be a lot of fun. Having kind of Larry as kind of like just a part of a story and seeing. I like the idea of you seeing Larry at a campfire, almost like you are kind of like on a journey with Larry, because you do. When you go to locations, Larry travels with you, and basically is there to kind of help you out. So it could be really lovely to have just kind of like a nice, interesting scene where you and Larry are kind of hanging out. I like that. That could be fun. That's a good one. Overlooking Rodentia Ocean. Ooh. Yeah, because there is just kind of like, it can see a lot, right? So kind of like just showing this landscape of kind of like the Isles and the iceberg, even like the Acolyte kind of like tower and stuff like that, yeah, so many like great things we could explore. Where is the plant on the left side of the screen? Here, I'll just pull this. Where is that? Is that better? I have changed my setup. So if you haven't seen me for a while, I've actually moved. My computer used to be in that corner where my bike is. And so kind of like rearranged everything, and now I just am surrounded by plants, or attempting to be, as opposed to them overtaking me completely. All right, let's see. Yeah, Zugzwang's Tower would be really cool, but also the Warpath would be really interesting too. Yeah. I feel like the header illustration for the Warpath has kind of like a nice capturing the ground floor of that scene almost. But like it could be cool to like see Muraday from the ground, and like looking up at it, or like what does it actually really look like, kind of like in the grounds of the garden. I feel like the header illustration doesn't necessarily kind of like give you a good sense of that. I would say that like Muraday itself, you kind of get a nice feeling of like what it's like inside that city, with kind of like when you're rebuilding the shops and stuff like that, because you actually like see those little buildings, and the header is pretty good for that. But yeah, just kind of like having like a bigger context, and stuff like that. I do want it. Yeah, I kind of want like it to almost have a story element. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. That could be like, um, really narrowing it, but it I think I want it to feel alive. I think I want it to like have some activity to it. But at the same time, one of the things to note is kind of like, the different formats that are going to kind of, be used here. So let's say it's for the mobile loading scene. We're going to be kind of like cropping the sides, and there's going to be kind of like this block for the loading bar that goes over top. And so we need to kind of like design it so it's like, okay, if it crops here, this is kind of a nice slice. If it's kind of like, you haven't logged in, and maybe this is kind of like a wider device, or I believe browser kind of like shows it like this if you're logged out, I think, or like different device here, or even just kind of like the login page. So we kind of need to design it so that there are kind of like focal zones. Like the very center of it often will get covered up by loading bars or buttons, stuff like that. Um, and if it's used for like an ad, which is quite handy to just be like, all right, we need to put out like a new cool looking ad, and we can take like a slice of this and then just throw text onto it, or a banner or whatever. Making sure that there is kind of balanced space, to kind of like manipulate it is useful. So we don't want it to like be kind of like crazy busy in the center or on the edges. Like it's one of those things where like, knowing myself, I could certainly overanalyze and just like think about it way too hard, and like make it impossible to move forward, because I'm like, no, but it's got to balance this way and that, and so I'll try not to kind of like do that to myself. I think what we can do is honestly just start scribbling stuff and see what we get out of it. So let me try and catch up on the chat here. Yeah, general Rift splash image would be quite specific, but probably have the largest breadth of mouse inclusion options. It certainly would, being able to kind of like pull from all over. That could be really cool. And like they're really exciting characters too. It's like anything in a Rift is like an amped up version of kind of like normal Narnia. So that is interesting. Another trap skin for the Chrome Thought. I think we'll do more of them. I think we're gonna like give, maybe we'll do another one for that soon, because it is going to be high use trap. So that's not a bad idea. Oh man, yeah, MouseHunt needs to produce an art book. Yes, please. That would be nice to put together. That I tried to look into that. That is not my skill set, unfortunately. And it would take a lot of work because there's a lot of formatting involved and converting of files to be print ready. And a lot of the stuff I want to include is like not print ready at all. So it would not be a small amount of work, but I think it would be really cool to do one day. I really hope we do that. But I'll definitely need someone to help me with that. All right. Well, for like trap skins, they're not for everybody. You know, that's kind of the beauty of them, though, is they, we're going to have multitudes of options. We'll continue to add more, and some of them, some people really love, and another person will hate it, and that is kind of the thing about it, because it is just a cosmetic thing and an option. You don't have to go with one or the other, but that's kind of like we will be adding more to those traps for sure. So you can look forward to that in the future. Usually around events is when we kind of like really kind of kick in some new ones. So I'm sure that you'll have new options when that starts up again. All right. Iceberg Splash would look cool. Yeah, I think it may not be the best one necessarily because it's kind of like hard to make it like a whole bunch of generic MouseHunt experience. It'd be hard not to make it like it's the iceberg image and only the iceberg image, I guess. I'm sure there's ways to do that, like the idea of pulling out and showing Rodentia itself. One themed around the bots. Actually, I think that could be a lot of fun. I didn't even think of that. That would be neat. All right. I should probably like scribble some of these ideas, like showing off like nice tower, bots, Larry campfire. I kind of like the idea of Larry and a campfire because those are elements that are extremely core MouseHunt, but you don't always think about it. Like technically, you go to your camp, right? And that's kind of like where you are all of the time in a sense. And it's not necessarily like you're sitting around a campfire, of course, but that concept does kind of like exist if you want it to. If you think about it and you're like, yeah, I'm going back to my camp, and I like, I stage myself up. I kind of like hunker down, and all my supplies are there, or something like that. I don't know how everyone else thinks about it, but like, if I'm in kind of like a wide open kind of location, yeah, maybe I would think, returning to my camp, I probably might have a campfire going at some point, and Larry is nearby, So I think that's a fun idea for kind of like, oh yeah, this is a thing that would happen for someone going through Narnia and being on this adventure. So I really like that, and it's got like a nice story potential to it too, and just the idea of like it could just be a cute little scene where there's not really so much of a kind of like narrative that I'm trying to. Excuse you, Charlie. I was just unhooking a claw that was stuck in my side. My one of my cats is just like living on my lap, and she's very incapable of falling asleep on a surface without falling off of it. She like will purposefully hang her butt over the side of whatever she sleeps on, and very often will just fall. So anytime she's on my lap, she's like trying to shove her butt off of my lap, and then just kind of like I have to hook my leg around her to hold her in place. Otherwise, she'll like fall and just like dig her claws in as she's falling off my lap. And she's just very good at getting her claws stuck in my clothes. I definitely need to give her nails a clip. Anyways, we're working on art. All right, let's see. Series of can't speak. Anthropologist bots observing the unique mice of the world. Yeah, just kind of like going around, gathering data, and like discovering stuff. Yeah, Larry discovering the rift with Indiana Jones vibes. I like that. That's some fun stuff. I like the story ideas. I like the characters involved inside the world and interacting. Let me, like even just kind of Larry or bot. Could be fun. Could be fun. Oh yeah, how's the progress on the new horn? Looking forward to it. It's going well. Andrew's actually kind of like I've rendered out kind of the pieces, and Andrew's done the first kind of animation pass on it. It's really interesting. I was working with him on it yesterday, and it's been quite a lost in translation moment because I kind of created this frame by frame example animation. And let's see, I could actually pull up the state of that now. Let me do that. Just so you, because I mean, I rendered this out with you. I did an example animation, but you never got to see kind of like where it got to. And this isn't the like total full final version whatsoever. This is just the example version. But I did kind of like try to kind of punch up this animation a bit and like really kind of like give it a lot more vitality. But what's interesting is I was going through this like frame by frame and kind of being like, okay, the way that it's being animated is basically through code and math, and so I had to kind of like pause it at like, you know, this frame and be like, okay, so this horn file is stretched out by 115 or like 115%, and then it's squashed by like 96% in the y-axis at frame 14, and basically we had to go through each of the parts, and then like the banner was wild because it's like moving side to side, it's squashing, and it's like skewing. That's the word for it. So I'd have to go through and be like, okay, squash it this much, move it over this much, and skew it that much, and then like, so either way, we kind of got through that process. It's looking really interesting, and what's so weird about it is it's so smooth looking that even though the timing is basically the exact same and the like movements are basically the exact same, it looks so different because this is kind of like 12 frames a second, so it's quite slow, and it's, you know, like if you've ever watched kind of like, you know, a 24 frames a second film, which is basically what every film for decades has been kind of put out at, and then you watch kind of like a 60 frames a second film, it could be the exact same shot for shot, but like the feeling is so very different. And so like when I kind of like saw the kind of in-game animated version of it, I was like, whoa, that is so weird looking because I'm used to seeing this animated frames. But it looks really neat too. It's very crisp looking. Like it looks so much nicer, and that's like really smooth and like fluid. And so it's coming along well. I'm like we're still gonna tune it up a bit more. It's not quite where we want it, and so it's coming along though. So I'm pretty excited about it. Yeah. Yeah, so Mouse, that's a good point. Plank Run was the one that discovered the riffs, and so, you know, having a scene where Larry is kind of like approaching a rift could be kind of like a fun way to kind of like explore that idea. And it doesn't need to be like, oh, Larry discovered the first rift or anything like that. That's not the case, right? But much like how you as a player unlocks a rift, you know, it could be that kind of feeling to it, where if we wanted to do that drawing, of course. But yeah, just like Larry being scared of a rift, even because Larry is very timid, so that could be fun to just kind of like have as kind of like a part of the drawing. Yeah, Valor Rift stairs are really cool looking. We do have that image. The imagery of the Valor Rift stairs exists. So I almost want to like explore something that you've never seen. Though it can be hard to just kind of be like, I don't know, make something up, I guess. But like still something that people will be like, oh yeah, that is in MouseHunt. It's just we haven't seen it. So, oh yes. Yeah, I am so excited to do trap skins for the new traps. You guys have no idea how like difficult, because the art is staggeringly good. If I can, I mean I totally can say that I'm accurate. It's so good. The art for those traps is incredible. But boy, oh boy, the print spot is going to be so fun to like come up with new ideas and just like do ridiculous versions of. I feel like I want to make a lot of trap skins for that trap. But yeah, we'll see what's going to happen in the future. All right. Always thought of the living gardens like hanging gardens of Babylon. Yeah, I could imagine that kind of like vibe going on. Let's see. Don't you need to be quite mouse heavy if you really want it to fit an ad? And that's a good point. One of the cool things about the way that we kind of stage these pieces of art is we leave it open in ways. And generally when we do an ad, we slap more additional stuff into it to kind of like really amp up exactly what we want. I know that for other ads that we've done where it is using these splashes, it'll take that and use it as a background, and then we'll throw like a new character on top of that with some, you know, ad text or whatnot. And so, you know, I think as a splash scene for a loading screen, we could go totally crazy and just like fill it with so much detail, and that could be fun. But at the same time, if we leave it open and just kind of like, you know, we make sure it's balanced so that when you have the overlays kind of like, you know, with kind of their, you know, buttons and stuff like that, then it's not going to get too crazy and noisy. Like, for example, I'm quite certain that, I believe anyways, there was like the this one, which is kind of like pretty mouse heavy here, but even then I think for the ad we threw more characters into it, and usually with kind of like an ad thing we'll take a slice of it, right? But yeah, that's kind of the nice thing about like how we're designing these two, is we make them bigger than they need to be. So we can really kind of like be like, okay, cool, for the news post, we're just going to take this like nice horizontal slice here that just like captures the palace. Or we could kind of like, you know, come in and get, you know, like a wide slice here for just kind of like talking about, you know, the floating islands. Or for an ad, maybe we just kind of like come in and take like a square here and put like a cute character or two on the edge here and text, and you know, so they're wonderful, versatile kind of, you know, like go in and discover something interesting and crop it out. Hence why they take a while to do, because there can just be so much wonderful detail that we can pack into it. But yeah, at the same time we gotta be realistic and make sure that it works as a piece. So it's honestly going to be an interesting challenge. We'll see how well I do with it. But yeah, okay, so I like the the ideas so far. Let's see what else we have. Just because I actually want to get some artwork done. It's been half an hour and I haven't started anything, so I'm sorry. All right. That could be interesting if you had the option to like randomize your trap skin if you had a bunch of them. Maybe like a 4.0 idea. Definitely couldn't do it right now, the way things are set up. Yeah, would it be possible to have a randomized splash screen? I think that is something that eventually, when we get enough of them, we might be able to do. I think that right now we kind of manually swap them out, but I could imagine that in the future, if we have enough, being able to control kind of like, yeah, it's just like every time you load, it might show you a different one that's relatable to what's going on in the game. Or even if you could choose one to kind of like just display where you want it, that kind of stuff would be really nice features in the future. So, all right. Do professional designs need to be registered, or is it just okay to go without that? I'm not sure exactly what you are asking about it being registered. Like, are you talking about kind of like claiming ownership over a design of a character or whatnot? For Canada, at least, when I create a unique creation, such as one of my mice, like the kind of lawless, any of these characters you see here, because I authored them and they were my own kind of like creation. Technically, copyright laws that exist automatically protect them, and then also because of how my kind of like work is set up, the studio I work with HitGrab, I create these characters for MouseHunt, and MouseHunt kind of like owns kind of like these designs in order to, like, someone couldn't just kind of take this and these characters and claim them as their own. Like, it is automatically kind of protected under our laws. So yeah, thankfully we don't have to go around and kind of like contact some kind of registry and be like, all right, here's a new design, because we do a lot of characters in MouseHunt. We do a lot of items and all kinds of stuff that is uniquely MouseHunt and completely fully designed for it. So I think that like, if that's a concern, looking into kind of your own kind of country's laws around that. But I think for the most part, if you create something and it is not kind of like someone else's idea, then it's usually fairly understood that it is a kind of protected thing. Although I don't think you could easily just kind of like sue someone, if it's like, oh, that looks kind of like my character or whatever. Obviously, if they clearly steal from you, then that is something that you could have grounds for. But yeah, part of it is kind of like, if you're a big powerful company like Disney, for example, they can kind of like pull out all the power and do whatever they want with that. So that's an interesting kind of like dynamic. But yeah, when it comes to kind of creating stuff, no, there's no kind of process that we have to go through to kind of like be like, we own this design, because we can prove that we created it effectively. So yeah. Later, looking at the trap you have set up while a mouse is approaching, but other mice are also stealing from your stash behind his back. That's fun. Yeah, so like, I like the idea of kind of like a scene with Larry. I have done an advent calendar with Larry in a snowball fight with the mice. So that has been done. Yeah, like, again, like, I like Larry at the camp. I think that maybe that's kind of like what I might explore, like what exactly is happening. Maybe we'll kind of, try out different things. But yeah, just kind of like, one thing that we'll probably do mostly today, well, we'll see how it goes. Thankfully today I'm feeling energized, but just kind of like, like, all right, well, would Larry be kind of like taking up a big part of the frame, and just kind of like the idea being like around a campfire. I guess it would be kind of like sort of a night scene maybe. And then, you know, we could have the Larry helmet and mustache. And just kind of enjoying a campfire or something like that. Maybe he's got like a marshmallow going. I don't know. But just kind of like blocking out just like really kind of scribbly scene is probably what I want to do to start. Kind of the best way to start like a really big, complex scene is to really just try and understand the composition and simplify that. Trying to kind of create, you know, a flow and overall design is kind of like the best way to start. Because like, if you think about it, if we look at kind of like this scene, there is so much detail, so many little things, like all these blades of grass, the flowers, the bark, the leaves in front, all these pages floating around, the characters, what are they doing? You know, like there's so many elements that it's like, how do you even start something like this, right? How do you get to this point? Do you just start drawing blades of grass? Do you just kind of like, you know, I guess I'll make the ground light up here and be in shadow there, I guess. You know, like, how do you figure out how to start something so big? When it comes to a character, it's much simpler because, you know, you're not trying to balance like the whole scene, all of the details of everything. You kind of like figure out, okay, what's the character's pose? What do they look like? And what are they wearing? And their expressions. And it's still a lot, but like you kind of like manage to figure that out in kind of like a smaller pass. It's a lot more digestible as a process, I would say anyways. But when it comes to kind of creating a you know, like a full scene, there's just so much potential to it and so much you have to kind of figure out that's like, how do you even start? And generally the best way to start is to kind of like figure out like, what is the composition? You know, how do I draw the eye using simple shapes? You know, and just kind of like basically kind of composing shapes to kind of like make something compelling, and just really kind of like draw you in, because it's just like, wow, like the way that these things kind of layer together is just kind of compelling to look at. You know, so it's not quite this, but like, you know, we have kind of like a compositional just idea. Like there's this shape here that if we like kind of just look at the grayscale of it, and then we do something like a blur. So one of the things that I like to do when I'm kind of like trying to get an idea of what's going on with the scene, how does it look? Am I blurring the right layer? Don't I see any blur? Try that. That did nothing. Oh, maybe it did. Just took forever. Anyways, something called the squint test, where basically if you look at a really nice image, an illustration, a photograph, something like that, and you like squint at it, the idea is that if it's well composed, you should be able to kind of almost group values into kind of shapes and blobs. And so, that's kind of like, if you pull back from it and you squint and you just kind of like remove the color detail and you look at kind of like the values, these shapes start to kind of like simplify and kind of like become just an interesting balance where, it's curious. Your eye wants to explore it, but it's not too chaotic either. There's not just like so many kind of like just brights and darks and tiny shapes everywhere that it's like, I don't see anything there. There's no cohesion. A good composition will have things kind of like blob together into bigger shapes and kind of like, so if you just kind of glance at it, you should be able to kind of like almost pick up these shapes and readability. And so this image is very strong with that. It's just got like this nice kind of like, I don't know, diamond of kind of like lighter value, and this character is kind of like cutting out on front of that, like in front of that. But these angles here like swoop your eye to her, and she's kind of like leaning into the frame from the side going into the center. So it really pulls your interest to this character, and then because you're looking at this character and she's going in this direction, now your eye is kind of curious, like, well, what is she going towards? And your eye kind of like follows this light trail. So there's just kind of like the idea of like when you're starting something this big, when you're trying to create so many things that have to balance together, you want to start with just kind of like the simplest shapes. What I like to do specifically is use just 3 values: your darks, your midtones, and your lights. And by limiting yourself to only using kind of like a few values, you really have to make decisions around, okay, well, everything in the foreground here is just going to be grouped together in a dark kind of range. And, okay, I want this shape to kind of like swoop and pull the eye back in. So maybe I'll kind of like create this kind of like circular shape that leads you back towards Larry. And maybe he's kind of like falling into this dark shape. Stuff like that. Just kind of like creating big, simple shapes and kind of like grouping it together so that if I just kind of like zoom way out, you can still kind of see like, okay, that's an object. It's not just like too broken up to kind of like see it as an object. So at any rate, that's where I'll start. I'll start with the thumbnail process, the kind of grayscale thumbnailing, and it just really helps you kind of like put it together as a big sketch. So, all right, let's see. Droids. I want to try one with droids too. All right, let's see. Yeah, actually, a lot of kind of like movies and stuff like that that Disney does is actually based off of public domain stuff. So you'll notice that a lot of the references we use, you're like, wait, that's like a familiar character that I kind of think is like, oh, is that this character from this story? And technically there is a parallel between them because they're both based off of the same kind of like public domain story, which, like the Ice Queen, for example, is kind of like, yeah, Frozen, and several other stories like the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, I believe, has like an Ice Queen, and they're all kind of like based off of was it Hans Christian Andersen that made that story? But yeah, like because those characters exist in public domain, then they are kind of like free free game to kind of like you're allowed to make your version of them and tell your story of that story, which is nice because if that didn't happen, just imagine like all these beloved movies and stories that we retell each other couldn't exist. They wouldn't be allowed to. We would have to come up with completely unique, totally independent things, which is surprisingly hard to do. If you look at MouseHunt and you think that like everything in MouseHunt is like completely a new idea and didn't come from anything else, you would be very mistaken. Basically everything that I create and other people create, there is something that it's kind of like influenced by. So you know that's a challenging space to navigate. Obviously, you don't want to plagiarize. That's just not rewarding, and it is harmful and you know disrespectful. And so plagiarism is terrible. We do not want to do that. But kind of like taking really interesting ideas and honoring those and reinventing those. It's like a great thing that artists do. Musicians, storytellers, like all kinds of arts. Like that's what you do. Stage plays, stuff like that. You know, it's how you kind of grow this thing that we humans know how to do is storytell and create art. It's a part of that process. Okay, so let's see. What could we do with bots? Where would they be? Yep, everything old is new again. It's very true. Your wife got a rib on the first run? That's incredible. That is very amazing luck. Well done. I have not gotten my rib. Yeah, so like that's an interesting discussion point about having kind of like Ariel in The Little Mermaid, which is a Disney specific element. That's kind of their artistic interpretation, and creating Ariel, that character, is like we couldn't take Ariel because that is like their spin on the kind of like the what is the actual name of that story. So you know, like that would be like someone coming and taking Larry the Knight specifically, you know, even though Larry is kind of like, you know, based off of other ideas and kind of like, you know, a unique creation made out of several different kind of influences. If someone came and took Larry directly, then that would be kind of like plagiarizing it, right? But like someone could take this idea of like a timid knight who is very kind of like wanting to help, but also kind of very out of his league at times, and kind of like just there to assist you, but also he's kind of powerful if you kind of like really look at him and understand it. And he's got like these very silly features, like that gigantic, ridiculous mustache, like that kind of stuff. I'm totally down with people kind of like being like, I love those elements. I'm going to use some of those ideas for a character I'm working on. You know, it could be kind of like just loving the idea of this ridiculous mustache and putting that on a totally different character. You know, like that's fine. But yeah, if someone was like, all right, Larry, the friendly knight is now mine, and I'm gonna use that character for my own purposes. It's like, nah, that's not quite the right way to do that. So yeah, like having Ariel's design, that is definitely kind of like plagiarizing that, right? But the idea of kind of like some of the elements influenced and kind of like you know, being like, this was inspiring in these ways, you know. But we always make sure to kind of like do our own thing with things, even though like so much of what we create has influences all over, and we like to kind of like show that. We like to kind of like put references and stuff, and kind of like be like, no, this is fun. We kind of like want this to be, you know, our version, and obviously our version of that, you know. So, but yeah, it's sometimes a gray area. It's hard to kind of like really inform you of kind of like, here's how it should be done best. But basically, you know, you just want to make sure that you are still creating something. It's just almost impossible to not be influenced by other things, is the thing. Larry does give Luigi vibes, doesn't he? I never thought of that, but it's so true. That kind of like just like the like gangly, awkward kind of, you know, sidekick almost. I don't know if Luigi would consider himself a sidekick, but I don't know, like I guess Mario is like the like the main character if you were to kind of think of it canonically, and Luigi the brother is kind of there to assist and sometimes bumble around and get into more trouble than help, which is kind of Larry. Larry is kind of awkward and kind of silly. So I don't know, maybe there is like a subconscious kind of like Luigi vibe to him, especially with the ridiculous facial hair, right? Let's see. Oh man, I Ellum actually really like Nosegard a lot. I think the art and storytelling is so rich and just intense and well done. I've tried not to be super influenced by it, to be honest, because it's so like there's such a good potency to it, and I definitely kind of like being like, oh, I really like, you know, it. I guess that the elements are so close in some areas that it's like I don't want to kind of like, you know, step into that and kind of like take directly from it. But like I've definitely kind of like looked at it and felt inspired in certain ways, and let that kind of like guide me. But yeah, like some of the stuff that like the art and stuff is just like so good that it's like I would love to do stuff with them. But yeah, don't know how that would work, but it'd be cool. Yeah. So for the kind of the original kind of mermaid story, Nameless and a Blonde, yeah. And it was definitely more tragic. Yes, Larry was definitely plagiarized from Monty Python Nights, totally. No, but the silliness, I suppose. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah. The Clint Eastern Westerns reference. Yep. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Right. Um, oh yeah, the Power Ranger mice. Oh, they were so fun. Mouse Force 5, I think, was what we called them. Yeah, like you can't not kind of like have fun when doing that, right? Like you're paying homage to things as opposed to kind of like stealing it in a gross way where you're like, I made this and I own this now. It's more like I'm kind of like showing a reverence to this and kind of like honoring it. Hopefully that's how it comes across, anyways. But I don't know. Maybe not everyone would see things like that, like Disney lawyers. Hence why we really are cautious about kind of being safe in that territory, because obviously there could be, you know, like if someone wanted to make a case, it's like, oh, MouseHunt could be in dangerous waters with you know, the characters that Disney own and are very protective of. So we make sure to not step in there. All right, so let's see, what could we do with droids? You know, I think one of the things that we would need to do is kind of because these are big kind of splashes, we actually would probably like have the characters be quite small in the scene, right? Just because if we're looking at kind of like, you know, how much room do we really have to look at stuff? Especially when we have kind of like overlays on things. You know, we really need to kind of like make sure that there is room for this. So the characters being relatively small is a useful way to do that. But at the same time, you know, maybe we are okay with kind of like filling the space and having stuff covered over and cropped. Yeah, totally. There is a big difference between homage, reference, and plagiarism. That's absolutely true. And, you know, what makes something kind of like a fun thing and appreciative and a mean, bad, you know, capricious way to do things, you know. No one likes being stolen from and plagiarized, so don't do that. It's not nice. Yeah. Let's see. The fun thing about the droids is they can get up to so much mischief, right? Like, it could just be fun to have almost like a normal looking day in Narnia, and the droids are just like almost wrecking as much havoc as the mice would, but they're like trying to be helpful or something. I don't know. Let's see. I want to maybe explore like the whole kind of Zugzwang's kind of like tower thing going on, the island. Bubbles? We got bubbles? I don't know. Like, how do we want to do that though? Like we could do a shot of kind of like the tower and stuff, and it's like, I don't know, that like you kind of get that from the map though. And like, I suppose when you're in the Crystal Library, you kind of like see like all those kind of crazy bookshelves and stuff. Like we could have kind of like, I don't know, the chessboard or something. Like, would that be something to do? But then it's like really specifically like, you know, Zugzwang's tower kind of thing going on. But like, no, that could be like cool, striking visuals if there's like almost this like, not actually a chessboard. It's like this landscape of kind of, you know, just chess themed stuff, and like there's technology and magic everywhere. Like, could the droids be there? I don't know. I don't really think the droids have much play in the tower, actually. Like, you have some tactical traps and stuff, like Zugzwang's. Yeah, like, I'm not sure what would you really be going in with. What would you be doing? I don't know, but it could be mice as well. But yeah, like, I feel like that one might be a little heavier on the too specific location feeling for a generic splash, I guess. Let's see. Yeah. If I could join forces, that'd be cool. Yeah, all right. If you look at like Larry's hunting accomplishments, he is very powerful. Yeah. Let's see. Droids having a tea party? Yeah, actually, I like that. That could be fun. Yeah, yeah. No, the droids remind people of the minions. That's totally fair. But what's interesting is I actually created the droids before the minions were a thing, so that one I'm actually safe from being like, ah, Jacob stole the idea of the minions. Nope, I actually had these way back. So They predate. Yeah. Larry commanding an army of droids. Why not? Or just having tea time with the droids. I kind of like just the like the silliness and like the like, you know, just like having roasting marshmallows with droids could be just like, you know, I could see Larry doing that. Just kind of giant marshmallow. And it's like, I don't know, how big are these droids? They're not very big. They're pretty small. It's going to be a blonde mustache. Like, maybe Larry is startled and like, is like, ah, and he like releases his marshmallow stick. Not that I'd have like action lines in an illustration like this, but like, ooh. Maybe it was on fire anyways. He like left it over the fire too long. He's a bit of a space case, Larry. Let's see. The actual like scales of things is not quite there at all, but we're just scribbling. Don't worry, we'll figure it out, right? Yeah, I think the droids are the size of marshmallows. That's probably the case, actually. Probably exactly the size of marshmallows. Which just makes that extra funny. It's like, okay, well, if you really think about the scale of this, you know, how close is this marshmallow to us? If this is Larry over, like, with a campfire in range, you know, like, we need to kind of like really change the perspective of this marshmallow, you know, to like a really long stick. It's like if the droid was actually sitting in front of the stick, that might help kind of like show this idea of scale. feels a little bit more like, okay, I think I understand the scale of this character a bit better. Feels a little more ridiculous. So something like this could be fun. It's like, I don't know, the foreground is just kind of cropping a bit of that, and then we have this kind of like direction for the eye to kind of like be led to here. And one of the other things about kind of like designing compositional, kind of a tonal composition, I guess is what I might call this, is kind of like deciding your most kind of like interesting areas, and that's generally where you're going to have kind of like really strong contrast. So you're going to like put your lights over your darks or your darks over your light in like an intense way, and have kind of like harder edged kind of like areas, whereas if you kind of like soften the edges of things, they'll kind of like fall back and lose some of that kind of like interest of kind of like, I'm really having my eye drawn to this, you know, but like if you kind of like lose some of those edges, they become less important, and then the stuff that has the highest contrast is going to become the focal point. And so, you know, like having Larry and kind of like some like nice strong kind of like contrasts here and there will kind of like help draw your attention up to the character. Right? So then it's like, okay, if we kind of zoom out, are we kind of still able to see these as grouped up objects? Is there kind of like a simple shape structure going on? And it's maybe sort of happening, but I think it could be better. Another thing that is really useful for kind of like really early on for kind of like figuring out your composition is actually not even starting with characters and objects so much as just kind of like, what are the shapes? So if I was to kind of like create this again, maybe it's kind of like, okay, I have like a triangle here that's darker, and I have kind of like that cutting into the frame, and then, you know, a circle here and a square there, and maybe this is a darker kind of value there, and just kind of like trying to design it with just shapes, you know, and like create a good kind of flow and balance and stuff like that. And it isn't the easiest thing to do. It takes a lot of kind of practice, honestly, to be able to do this very well, I'd imagine. I feel, anyways. Like, see how this is just simple shapes now. One of the warm-up things that I've kind of seen, and I think is really clever, is something called the 2-1 exercise, I think it was called, where basically you take two of the same object or shape. So like there could be like squares, triangles, and circles, and those could be like stretched to be whatever you want. But you take two of one of these shapes and one of the other, and then you build an interesting composition out of that. So if I were to kind of try just a random one, maybe I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna have I guess, a rectangle there, and maybe rectangle here, and then having a circle here. You know, and there's maybe something there. There's some kind of like layering of dimension. Let's try another one really quick. And this is just kind of like really the very, very, very base of kind of like foundation to a scene, right? Like, this is just kind of like really setting the groundwork for it. Yeah. Let's see. Circle there, like just a triangle. It's like just simple shapes. You can kind of like almost get a story out of them if you do it well. So like this kind of ground was like lit. That's kind of interesting looking. Like what's going on here? I don't know, maybe there's like that feels like it's something, and it's just kind of two circles and a triangle, right? So if I can kind of design it to be able to read this simply, like okay, cool, what is this? What if this is like Larry? But like, whoa, what is he doing? Is he like being super cool? And like an epic hero? Like, what's going on, Larry? Are you drawing a sword? Are you being buff Larry right now? You know, like can do some fun stuff if you just kind of like come up with the composition, you know. So yeah, that's kind of like the premise of like what I'm trying to discover is like what is the kind of like really, really bare bones simplified to the point of they're just blocky shapes, and then kind of like create some nice kind of balance and harmony and flow of shapes. And this is honestly one of the hardest things to do, but it's also one of the most important things to do when you're creating such a detailed scene as, you know, something like this. You know, if you don't have a good foundation to work off of, you're not going to end up with a good kind of final result, right? So that's the idea. Let's see. Wondering if anyone can sleep in Nani with all the constant horn blowing. Is a droid looking at the sunset? I like that. That's good too. It just kind of like tells a bit more of a story of like, yeah, these droids feel things, you know. They have wants and desires or something, I don't know. That's what staring at a sunset means, right? I just kind of like the idea of its arms just kind of like limply at its sides or something. It's kind of cute. But like when you really kind of like narrow it down to like 3 distinct shapes, you almost create like a movie poster out of it. Something like the other splashes that exist. They're definitely kind of like more than just three simple shapes going on. So there's kind of like more interactions. But yeah, like when you kind of go with just like super minimal, you kind of get like some movie poster-esque feeling stuff, and that's pretty fun too. I wouldn't be opposed to kind of like creating like a movie poster feel of a splash image. You know, if we pull off something like that, that could be fun. Yeah, I don't know. This is an interesting challenge, to be perfectly honest. I don't even know if we're gonna like have a kind of like, all right, here's what we're drawing by the end of the stream. As I tried to suggest at the start of the stream, it's gonna be very just kind of conceptual and just exploring. Larry roasting a droid. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what we want, but I think we got something with the droids and Larry maybe. Like it's so kind of like those could be anywhere in Narnia. It's got that generic quality to it. I'm not like inside Zugzwang's tower at the moment, you know, or I'm not in the iceberg at the moment. Not opposed to that, but I do want to create for this one something that's like more generic. It's just kind of more universally Narnia, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. But I also want it to be like something where like you looking at it maybe feel like you're there and looking at the scene even. It doesn't need to be that either, but I kind of feel like the other ones almost have that feeling to it. Just soaking in the sun rays, getting powered up. It's an interesting question, Moo. I don't know if that's something we would want to explore with this illustration. That sounds almost like an area. Good gameplay. Super AI taking over and fighting mice. All right. Yep, a lot of movie posters now are just floating heads. It's very true. When I was watching kind of like a video on someone kind of like showing this whole idea of kind of like two objects and another shape, like two of the same shape and another, and it's just like, all right, well now we have a movie poster, and it's just kind of like, here's a beam of light, or a beam of darkness, I guess, and then the characters, you know, you just kind of, and then suddenly, you know, ah, I'm a person. Definitely a movie poster, right? We've all seen this movie, whatever it is, I think. Yep. Not horrifying at all. Let me give it like terrible teeth. Just to... What am I creating? Yeah, you know. This is very important. Yeah, floating heads, movie posters. Maybe a thumbs up. Yeah. That doesn't look very thumbs up like, but there you go. The power of composition. I'm just going to erase that one. That wasn't my eraser. I'm just going to erase that one. There you go. Not horrifying at all. You're welcome. Sorry. Alright, let's get back to like Larry at okay, so I really like this idea, the camp scene with Larry. I think that's what I want to explore maybe. And maybe what I want to do is play with the scale of what that is. Like, what if this camp idea is like this tiny little thing here, and we have kind of like Larry here, just some bushes. Maybe that's a tree. And like, there's just kind of layers of interesting stuff above. Or like even the smoke coming off of it is kind of like showing almost scenes of elements of the game or something weird. I don't know. Little droids. I don't know. I want to get the droids in here somehow, and I don't know how. Okay, we'd have kind of like different locations represented on the background or something like that. Like maybe it's they're up in the Hollow Heights, you know, looking kind of down on the kind of, you know, like we could kind of change the angle so that we're like looking from the top down a bit more, but like still make it recognizable as Larry. And we have kind of like Nosu Pichu or something nearby, and like you see the labyrinth or something down below. Like that could be neat. Something like, you know, a big kind of set view of kind of like an angle on Narnia, and then we still get kind of like this in-world character moment that kind of almost has a little bit of a story to it. Just kind of Larry always lighting his marshmallow on fire. Kind of want him freaking out a bit though, just like, I don't know. Yeah, something cute and simple would be, not simple, but cute might be nice. Just kind of, yeah. So there might be like strong shadows with the fire being right there. Just want to make sure that my shapes are grouped up enough. I think I want to give these little droids marshmallows as well. But I don't know, I like the whimsy silliness of kind of like Larry roasting marshmallows with a couple of droids, or like the tea time would be really fun too. I think I want to explore that as well. All right. Okay, Larry eating one of his sandwiches. The Larry sandwich. It's very important. Yeah, the hunting horn on the ground by a campfire while Larry eats a sandwich while a droid roasts a marshmallow nearby. Yeah, I like that. Why X? That's an interesting question. We do not. Oh yeah, having kind of like the moon, like visible, with kind of like the sky palace kind of silhouetted over top of that. That would look pretty cool. And it's like people who don't necessarily know what it is are like, why is there like a city up there? Like what's going on? A city in the clouds, eh? Like I like that. That's pretty cool actually. Yeah, something like that, and then kind of like, okay, well that's not the right balance for that. You know, I'll move it to or scale it or whatever it needs to kind of like balance out stuff. You know. It's also one of those things where like until you have all of the elements at play, it can be so difficult to kind of like balance things because you know like you don't necessarily like everything is gonna kind of have some kind of influence on everything else. So it can be really hard to kind of create a harmony if you don't have everything together. You need to figure out how to balance, right? But this kind of almost like gradient of light could be nice up here. That kind of creates this angle if there's almost this like shape of like gradient going on. Something like that could be kind of interesting. And then again, it's kind of like one of those things where, okay, if we have to crop it, you know, we'll like make sure that there's still like a little bit of this idea here and kind of still hopefully kind of like keeping a certain balance going on and interest and like creating this kind of dynamic. But then also with kind of like, oh, there's like elements kind of, you know, buttons and stuff in the way, but like, oh, it's actually there was room for that to be there. Like that's kind of another part to balance is like, okay, well, it's very rare that you're just going to get the scene on its own. There's usually stuff getting cropped or an overlay or something like that, or maybe it's just kind of like a horizontal slice for, you know, the news post, so you only get this part, or maybe you only get this part, you know. So trying to like plan for all those potential elements is a thing to do, but like probably I don't want to, you know, make that so I got to get it perfect that I won't be able to go forward. Like there's something about this that is starting to work for me. There is kind of like a little bit of the feeling of this is a MouseHunt moment, but you're not necessarily in any one particular kind of adventure necessarily. Obviously, it's not kind of all of them. You know, it wouldn't work for like being in the lab or something like that. But yeah, I think something maybe here. And then like as we kind of like continue to figure it out, we can kind of like start to bring in more and more little details like, okay, what are these droids doing? Maybe there's like a character, like a mouse, you know, being all mischievous here that is still kind of like blended into the background, that it's not gonna, you know, break the kind of like the balance of the composition. But like if you're really looking around and checking out all the details, that's when you kind of notice all the little extra kind of fun stuff that's added in, you know. So it's interesting. But yeah, it's again, I will reiterate that usually these tasks we assign many days to it becoming a complete thing, like potentially 2 weeks for an asset like this, because you know it takes, like, it's not just, all right, I'm going to draw this scene. You know, you really have to kind of like figure out what the scene is and just kind of like balance all the elements before you can even start to render it. So it's not easy, but it's worth it. And I'm excited for kind of like what this could look like in the end. And honestly, like this might be, because I don't think we're going to have anything like, all right, here is what we have to be working on during Feedback Friday art editions for like, you know, maybe the next few weeks. Maybe this is one that I work on kind of like not exclusively during Feedback Friday, because it would take forever to do it that way. But, you know, like I imagine, you know, I might be working on this on and off next week, but not to the point of completion. Like there's other things I am working on. But I could imagine that like the next time I do an art stream, maybe we could keep working on this and I could show you, oh, here's where we've gotten. And then it's like, oh, great, there's like actually some meat and bones here to work off of. Like there is a scene. It is Larry at a campfire. And then with the stream, like we can actually start to be like, no, make the droid like stealing his sandwich and fun stuff like that. You know, like we could really like, right now we're kind of like figuring out what is the scene, and if we can find that today, I'll be really happy. And then the next stream we do, I'll have that pieced together. There will be some kind of illustration that almost looks like it's there, but it won't be done, I don't imagine. But we could like really start to kind of just like go in and have fun then, I think, right? Yeah. Oh man, Spirited Away. I love that movie. Yeah, so thank you for the nice comments about it being like, it does feel like the start of something here, that dynamic range. Like that's good. That I'm feeling a bit of that as well with this. So I think maybe we have the idea, which is amazing because we're going to go on lunch real soon. And I think I still have kind of some steam left in me to kind of pick up after lunch, and we can like rework this idea a little bit, maybe try different variations of this scene, see if there's a better one, try to just like do this whole kind of like, you know, like, okay, well, let's reimagine this and like really simplify the shapes just to see if we can make that even stronger. It's the whole idea of when I'm creating a character, it should be readable as just a flat silhouette. Like that's good character design. If you can kind of cover the character with black which is what you experience when you look at your mouse list and you haven't caught the mouse. If you can see what that character is, what's going on, then that's really a strong design. Now, admittedly, we don't accomplish that all the time. Certainly not. But it's kind of that idea. Like, if we can kind of like simplify this into, you know, really, really clean and simple and easy to identify shapes of value, and then kind of like use that to influence this, I think we'll end up with a stronger image, much like having a really strong silhouette on a character. But yeah. Well, thank you. I'm feeling like, yeah, maybe we got something here then. You know, hearing that this does feel very inspired. I think there is like some cool shapes already. Like, I kind of maybe want to push this idea of like having this kind of swoosh ride through it. Maybe it's kind of heavier on one side than the other, you know, something like that. Because like one of the things you want to do when kind of building, composing a scene is it's like, okay, what is the hierarchy? You know, what is the focal points? So I want Larry to be the thing that your eye is kind of like, I want to see this. I look towards that. As humans, our brains are generally interested in looking at other people and their faces. A lot of the time, we'll be drawn to kind of where are their hands, what are they looking at, to identify what is this person doing. It's just like a natural thing that a lot of us do is just kind of like we're drawn to characters and people. And then from that, using these kind of like shapes of kind of value to kind of like guide, like, okay, boom, my eye is drawn to this character. And then like, ooh, what's this? That has some really interesting contrast. And there's just this kind of like open kind of like space here that I'm going to have the eye kind of travel across that, right? And so, you know, having this kind of trail of smoke to lead the eye over here is kind of like a way to do that, right? You're first going to look at this character because of the contrast and it being a person, and then you're like, your eye is just going to be able to kind of like follow this path that I create for it effectively, and it looks up here. But then I don't want it to kind of like, okay, that's it, and off I go. You know, I'm done with this image. I want their eye to come back in and like notice these little droids down here, right? And then because the droids, you're looking back here and you're back to Larry, and you kind of like have this kind of loop where your eye is going to dance around the whole image, and as you look around, you start to pick up more and more details, and that is how you kind of create a lot of interest in a piece without it being overwhelming. You know, like if there's just so much noise that it's just kind of, you don't know what to look at, then you're going to look away because you're like, I don't know what I'm looking at. I don't, like, nothing is capturing my attention necessarily or guiding my eye and almost telling me what to look at. But like, so if we have kind of like this campfire trail lead your eye up to the palace, then we can have kind of like these little kind of notes of light on the tree here, kind of like help draw your eye back down now and kind of point you down to these little guys here or something, right? Something like that. And it's just kind of a little trickery to kind of let you explore this image with intention. And kind of design that experience. Almost like how when you're reading a comic book, you're going to look at it in a certain order, and that's kind of because it's like a learned behavior to kind of like read the speech bubbles in the top left, and kind of like work your way through it. Or if you read kind of like Japanese manga, then you kind of read it in the opposite direction, right? That's like a learned behavior, but like once you're kind of doing that, then it becomes easy to kind of tag along and follow this flow and kind of get wrapped into it. And so I almost want to achieve a similar idea, but like I don't have those hard fast rules of like, well, first you look at the night at the campfire and then you know to follow the light trail of the smoke up to the moon where there's the like that's the rule. That's how you're supposed to look at things, right? Obviously that's not a rule, right? So I just have to kind of like make it interesting, where it's like, ooh, that character is interesting. I'm curious to look at that, and then it's like, wait, what's going on beside? And like, just make your eye dance around, and then like have areas where it's like, no, there's nothing to look at here really. At least not immediately, But like, if I get you to kind of like keep looping your eye around, you're going to keep picking up more and more details, and those can start to be more and more subtle. So having kind of like, like the labyrinth down here, when you're kind of swooping your eye up, following this interesting smoke trail, you might not see that, right? And I maybe don't want you to see that right away. And then you kind of notice this, and then you are led down. And then as you're kind of like going down here, maybe you kind of like, oh, cool, what's that? That's nice. But it's like really subtle. And it just kind of like expands the scene. And, after you kind of like look at these cute little characters and you're back to Larry, you're like, okay, cool, I've noticed these things. And then maybe you'd be kind of interested to like look back at that again. I don't know. Again, this isn't something I actually do very much, like compositional story scene things. So it's definitely going to be an interesting challenge for me. I have not done a lot of full scenes or splashes. I do have kind of like the latest one that I did was the Halloween one. And there is kind of like this triangle composition here. There's like this horizontal band of dark with kind of like a circle of kind of lighter mid-tone. But yeah, like the kind of like the brights here kind of like make you kind of look around between them and bounce around. And as you're doing that, you kind of like start to notice like, ooh, that's like a weird mouth and little glowy eyes on the path, but like this little smoke trail maybe kind of helps lead your eye up to this contrasty point, and then that draws your eye down here, and the stem kind of pulls you back to the face, which is looking at this. And so kind of there's this whole kind of loop that I hope works, but as you're kind of like looking around this loop and kind of like being led, then you kind of start to notice like, ooh, creepy tree thing, and like more glowy eyes and fence posts and some overlap and like out of focus, stuff, and like this overlaps here, so there's like depth to things, and foreground, midground, background, stuff like that. So it's a lot to kind of like figure out, but it's also really fun. But also, some people don't find it very fun because it's a lot of difficult work. And also just a lot of rendering. Like, looking at this, it's like, my goodness, how long did this take, right? There's so much interesting detail and kind of like thought that went into kind of like creating, like, look at the shapes and how your eye is like drawn here and then to the characters and that warmth, and it's just like really cool designs, just very nice. And I don't know, I imagine that like it's not all kind of like super planned, like, oh, I really gotta lead the eye here and there and stuff. I think a lot of artists just kind of like naturally know how to balance and and do that stuff, and I think that that's just a part of experience and the process. But yeah, I think we got a little something here. I like what's going on. I don't think I do highlight color here so much. I think mid-tone is enough, because I don't want it to kind of like really be a high contrast thing that's going to really kind of draw your eye to it, but I do want it to kind of like help your eye kind of be led back down. So we'll have some kind of nice contrast, but it'll be a bit softer. Whereas like the fire and Larry can have like the strongest contrast, right? To like really kind of make you look at it. That's one of the nice things about kind of using tonal composition is just like, yeah, whatever has the strongest contrast is going to get looked at. Like your brain will not be able to stop itself from wanting to kind of like, what is this bright on dark, or what is this dark on light? It's just your eye's gonna snap to that right away. So I might tone that back too, right? It's maybe too much contrast. But it's all relative to like whatever's around it is kind of like, you know, it kind of defines the range, you know. Color and value are very relative things. You know, if you have your whole scene where it's all, you know, all kind of like darker, these are still the highest contrast points, right? And it's a relative thing, you know, like these are still the brightest areas against the darkest areas, even though it's not as strong a contrast. It still is the strongest contrast. And also, when I would translate this into an actual illustrated scene with color and, you know, more detail, I wouldn't have, you know, Larry be pure white and the moon be pure white or anything. This is just kind of to really loosely inform the kind of the overall idea. That it's like, all right, here is the highest bright and dark, and kind of use that based off of whatever the lights and darks actually end up being. Kind of feels like the cloud or the smoke trail turns into those clouds, and I don't want that, because that doesn't really make sense. And what's interesting is if it reads like that's what's happening with the kind of like the simplified grayscale version, even though when you render it out and you like obviously like draw it in a way where that's not really what's happening, if the grayscale simplified shapes still kind of read that way, then at a glance, your brain won't be able to kind of interpret it as cleanly. So it won't work quite as well as if you make sure to kind of create those clear definitions in your foundation drawing, if you will. So now that smoke trail kind of like more clearly is in front of those clouds. All right. So it's got like a very thick column of smoke, which doesn't really feel that accurate, you know. So I might kind of really tone that back. It really, I just want it to be enough to kind of guide the eye that way. And so having this kind of tornado column of like glowy smoke is not quite right. So we'll tweak that. At the same time, it could be something more like, you know, like the smoke dissipates fairly quickly, but it like did its job of drawing your eye to the top right, let's say. And then the top right has this kind of like peak of the mountain silhouette that then curves your, you know, it kind of curves towards this kind of, you know, dark cloud or something like that, that, you know, is interestingly ominous or something. I don't know, you know. Just got to play around, I think. It's a pretty open canvas, and that's a difficult thing to grapple. When you can just kind of paint anything, what do? You know, like I actually really don't like when I don't have kind of like a set, like, all right, this is the item I'm drawing today, this is the mouse I'm drawing today, and I kind of like can work off of the concept. But if I'm like, draw whatever you want, I'm like, I'll struggle. Maybe I got goat up there. Billy. It's a big goat. You know, it's just kind of, you know, it doesn't need to be one thing or another specifically that guides the eye. Figure it out, though. All right. Well, that's a good. I like that, Greg. Yeah. And yeah, lighter smoke and kind of more embers, kind of dancing around. I like. Yeah, no. If I added more wooded detail to the background rather than the smoke, making that scene more personal and intimate. I agree. I like that. I like that idea. Because yeah, I do want it to be kind of like, what you really notice is this kind of like moment with Larry, and I think that this, I almost want to tone that down more to kind of like make that really, make sure that's the secondary detail. Because I really do like it being about Larry having a little campfire moment, you know. So yeah, just kind of closing this in more, and just kind of still letting that kind of the visual kind of design take you around the scene. But yeah, this kind of scene being more kind of like enclosed and like secluded, I think is definitely a nice quality to it. Ooh, it's thinking. So like Larry's casting a shadow on like the bush behind him or something, you know. Kind of showing that they're kind of in like this nice little enclosed hilltop or something like that. But there's just so many ways we could kind of explore this and try things that, yeah, kind of having the like, this is what we're doing would be a wonderful thing to accomplish today. But I don't even know if we'll get there. There's definitely something happening here that I think is kind of nice. And I don't want it to be like spooky either. Like, depending on how it's handled, it could feel creepy and eerie, and you know, I want it to be more kind of nice and calm, and you know, just like a nice moment. But like things like kind of branches, kind of, you know, clawing in at the characters and stuff like that, that kind of makes it a little creepier. And there's just so many things to figure out. Is the interesting kind of like, not easy. Not easy. Charlie is back on my lap, and it is warm. Ow, and her claws. Thank you, girl. Oh, and it is lunch. So I should probably take my lunch. But I like this. I feel like we're getting something. I think that before I get too lost in the details, because I am just kind of, you know, mucking around, let's, after lunch, try to convert this into what are its basic shapes, you know? What is really kind of like the really simplified foundation of this drawing? And can we make that even stronger by kind of like doing more geometric simplification? What would that do? And then tweak it from there, and see what we get. And then if we really want, we can kind of do more different explorations. Like there's just a lot of good ideas that I didn't even write them all down. But yeah, I like this kind of little intimate moment. That's cute. I think it's very cute. And I like Larry a lot. I think Larry's a fun character that has a lot to give, and we don't necessarily utilize Larry as much as I want to. So this could be nice. Yeah, all right. I am going to eat some lunch and have a nice big coffee, because I will need that. But we will meet back at 2 o'clock. I'm going to set my horn, and yeah, I'll put up a timer as I do, so you'll know exactly when I'm back. So if you wanted to go take a break, go for it. I'll be back in this amount of time. Oh yeah, and we can. The time lapse isn't going to work so great for this, I don't think. But let's see. So I do like to put this up during. Here, actually, I'm gonna move this over here. All right, let's get that going, just to have something to. Yeah, it's pretty chaotic, and then like the thumbnails are super small that I don't even know if you're really going to be able to see them. So I don't even know if I want to have this up right now. Yeah, well, it's not terrible. You can kind of see different things we've done. Now it's got the creepy face. Okay, maybe not the time lapse right now. Maybe next time though. Let's get this back here. Great. All right. Well, I shall see you at 2. And we're back. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. Lunch is done. Popping Larry link into the chat. Won't want to miss that one. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Larry. All right. So, where did we leave off? We left off where we kind of have just like a loose concept. I don't think it's refined quite how I want it yet, but I like the idea, I think. I might experiment quite dramatically still, just to make sure that I'm not just kind of like picking the first thing that I'm like, yeah, that's good. But also I don't want to try like 100 things before I settle on anything. Like, if it's gonna look good, then I think it's not a bad thing to create. So, what I'm gonna do for the next steps is to actually blow up the image to be the actual dimensions of what we need. And then that kind of like helps me to kind of, you know, realize, oh, this needs to be different for several reasons, for example. One of those being, well, how do the crops work for this? Are they gonna look appropriate? Like, this one's pretty decent, actually. I think I might shift kind of like the scene a little bit more here so you can actually kind of witness Larry effectively there, and then let's see how it works with the other ones. That one kind of smacks right on his face. This one's pretty good. That one you're not really going to get Larry himself in it, but that's okay. If we make the environment interesting, I'm not too concerned about the characters kind of getting blocked by that. That's just kind of, you know, a gigantic box in the main area of an image. It's kind of hard to avoid. But obviously the kind of dimensions of this aren't quite where we need it, because I do want to use all the space that we have. So I'm just gonna lock this in. So, what I'd like to do as the next step would be to kind of like turn this into those simplified shapes to really figure out the best kind of overall composition that we can for this. Like really, really simplify it to be able to discover its potential. So, here I'm just kind of refining what's there. All right, so what I'll do is I'll do a layer over top, and I guess we can kind of like knock that down, and maybe let's just try and identify some of the basic shapes. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of kind of just space to kind of add fun details that are kind of like secondary and kind of like not going to steal the show, but will be fun to look at. So that's what's fun about making such a massive image. All right, so we have kind of like, obviously the fire pit is kind of, you know, like this. I mean, I don't know if we want it to be like a super tall fire. We got like effectively a triangle here. And depending on the shape that we want Larry to have. We could have kind of like a half circle or something like that. Box. I mean, could even be a triangle, again, with kind of like the log there, right? So kind of almost has a bit of a like perspective shape to it, with it being that, which is kind of neat. The fire pit could be more of like a circle. We'll stick to like 2 triangles there, I think, just to try and like really keep that idea of like that geometry. And what's kind of interesting is if we have a triangle here, we actually kind of already had a triangle here, and there's a certain like interesting rhythm that's actually happening here. See how there's this this kind of like the size is scaling up, and it's also rotating. So that's actually, I didn't intend for that idea, but it kind of already exists. So that's actually kind of like an interesting element. So I'm kind of interested in keeping this, or defining this triangle better to create that interesting rhythm maybe. And it's like, do we want to continue that idea, and like, is this the next triangle up here, or are we taking that idea too far? Is that too much? It might be. We also, of course, have this circle over here for the moon, and then let's see. I wanna do the darks next, maybe. So we do almost have like a circle here with like the brush kind of like encircling everything, and maybe just kind of like making that a cleaner shape would be good. So like this log here kind of interrupts it in a way. That might not be a bad thing, but like maybe I want to make sure this circle feels like it flows better, and just kind of make sure that where this cuts in, it's like really intentionally cutting into that shape. But then like allow that to be an even kind of more obvious shape, just to see what that does, I suppose. So how do I want to do that? So like, now I don't really do this practice a lot, the whole like creating a composition using simple shapes. So it's going to be a process. We're not necessarily going to get a great result. I don't know. I want this to draw the eye back down to the droids. But I also don't want it to be like an aggressive, sharp angle, because that's, you know, like rounded stuff is going to be a little more gentle and calm and soft. And that is a good thing if we're trying to create like a nice kind of calm scene, right? I feel like that circular shape going right to the edge of the canvas is maybe a little too awkward. It's better to have it actually like go out of it, or to like have a bit of breathing room from the edge. If it like lines up just like right there, then that can kind of like create a weird tension. It doesn't really feel too great. Okay, so that triangle I still like existing there, but I want this foreground to overlap it so that you know that this is in front of the mountain back there. And I don't think that this mountain would be at all a highlight value, a high key value. It would definitely be mid-key at most. So I might use like 4 values just to give myself a little more to work with. So I'll have this maybe be the background value. I don't know if this is working. Again, I'm not used to a process like this, so I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, so this triangle is confusing me. So I have that fall back. But I do like that potential rhythm that's happening between these triangles, and it kind of like swooping up like this. Like that's kind of interesting. Maybe we want to break in the shape somehow. A lot of triangles, though. Like we need more soft, round things to make it feel less aggressive. So I'm trying to keep my shapes as simple as possible. So. I think the darks being this dark is a bit much. Feels almost too extreme for the rest of the values. So if I bring those closer together, so maybe a little calmer. I think, okay, so I don't think that there's good enough kind of like clarity in a few things. Let's see, I don't know, maybe this. Okay, so I want the ground here to be more defined from the background. So if I have the background go a bit on the darker midtone, and the ground be lighter midtone, there's much clearer distinction between those elements. And then this feels like a mouth now. See, I think that this mountain should fall all the way back into like almost a single layer for the background. And right now I have kind of like, I'm not sure what's going on. Now I'm kind of thinking if this is actually darker, but it's still kind of cut out using the glow of the moonlit sky, that might read it better as to what we're actually seeing, right? Okay, so this now feels a lot more kind of like simplified. There's a little bit more kind of like, this is one big object, this is one big object. And of course it's, you know, like ridiculously simple compared to the original drawing. Look at this marshmallow roasting here. The shape, I'm not digging it. It feels like a weird kind of maw just opened up and is going to try and eat our camping friends, right? And I think we want it to be like a friendly scene. It's like a nice moment, as opposed to there's a monster about to eat all these, you know, friendly people here. Hello, Roxanne. Let's see. I think that there's kind of like this interesting shape with there being almost this kind of like these angles, or maybe it's the other direction that it's working. I think it works that way better. Kind of like having this circle, but then like things cutting out of the circle to kind of like create an interesting shape that like has almost its own rhythm and rotation. Maybe? I don't know what I'm talking about. This is not what I'm used to doing, by the way. Not my forte. But, you know me, I like to basically experiment and try things. See what I can learn. So if this is like a bush behind Larry, you could kind of like give it a little more form, perhaps. Where it's like, this is the front of the bush, and this is the side of the bush and the back of the bush, where like the fire is lighting the front of it, and then the rest is in shadow. So that works. And then if this is darker on this side, it's as if it's kind of closer to us than the fire, so we're getting the silhouette of it. So that's kind of interesting. And now we have this kind of like, I don't know, curled up thing. It's a shape. There is some, like, you know, I feel like it reads. It's kind of interesting. I don't know what I'm doing, but it kind of works. Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm going for. That's right. There is a kind of flow to it, and I do want that. And these triangles, it almost makes me want to kind of like push this one. And this will also help point to the moon there, which is kind of nice. But I do want to kind of soften hard edges, I think, on this. And I also think that because this is going to be like really background, then I'm just going to like lose the edge on it. It's basically nighttime in this scene, so there is so little actual light bouncing around way back there to be able to kind of like go into your eye. You know, there's so little light hitting things that very, very, very little detail is actually going to reach you all the way over here. So having this just be like a fuzzy cutout shape makes sense. And then we could kind of like, I don't know, do something where it's like, oh hey, is that like the laboratory's, you know, telescope kind of thing going on? You know, we could do stuff like that. And if this is like the foreground, kind of like having, you know, like, oh, it's leaves, but like make it the right amount of noisiness to it that like it still is like a single object almost. But like because of the like the edge language, you get a sense of what is this material. So something like that. Although right now I don't want to put in that level of detail because, you know, Larry's a triangle. Or the pagoda. Yeah, actually I like the pagoda. That could be fun too. Yeah, just like that. You know, something where you're like, I think that's that object. You know, it has a strong enough identity that just a rough shape of it is like, ah, that's what we're looking at. You know, like that's cool. I like that. So these guys should be smaller. Yeah, so something like that. Yeah. Like here, they're really kind of standalone. There's breathing space around them to like really make them the center focus, and that's kind of not a bad idea maybe. And there is just kind of like this flow that way, and then you get up to the moon, and this shape takes you back down. So that I think that's not a bad way to kind of create that. Maybe something here. Yeah, all right. something like that. Okay, so if we were to kind of throw stuff over top, that works, I think. You know, you still have all that lined up, and that's a pretty narrow version. This is nice because we get more of this kind of like shape that holds it together. Yeah, I don't think it's terrible. Even with this, you get kind of like maybe the interesting cast shadow that like is intriguing and all the extra details on the sides. Okay, so I feel like this reads where it's like, okay, cool, these are like the focus, they're sitting on a ground, and there's kind of like almost a wall type thing, and it's kind of enclosed space. I almost want this to kind of like enclose here somehow. Like it's fully kind of like maybe there's just kind of like a bit of moonlight rimming that or something. I don't know. I'm not totally sure what I'm doing with this kind of circle shape. Like, I feel like this is probably brush and trees and foliage kind of stuff going on, right? And it'll be interesting to be able to kind of like throw some, you know, kind of like more hidden details into it, perhaps. So that's maybe going to be fun. Yeah, not totally sure how I want to use that. Which woods area is this meant to be? Baba Gaga or Brussels / Folklore? Yeah, I don't know exactly. I didn't kind of like make a decision of where we are in the world so much. Like if we did do, let's say, pagoda here or something like that, right? That at least kind of gives us an idea of like, okay, well, we're pretty high altitude, and if we can kind of see the pagoda, that could mean that we're at this angle or that angle or that angle. Yeah, I don't. Maybe it's a tree. I don't know. True. Yeah, if it's the bristle or folklore, great gnarled tree would also be nearby. If it was like Baba Gaga's forest, I would be like, no, maybe let's make it creepy. But we already have like a fully dedicated Baba Gaga's illustration with the chicken hut and all that goodness. So I don't think I want to kind of do another one that's already kind of giving us that. Yeah, that was kind of an idea of like, I don't know, maybe this is, you know, Machu Picchu, and you can kind of like see everything. You know, it's like, is this the Folklore Forest here? Is this Labby down there? You know, like desert. Like, how far can we see? You know, what do we see? Could be a lot. Hmm. All right. Well. Also, one of the things that I was curious about is like, what if we tweaked the angle? And this wouldn't be super easy to do. But again, like we're still just kind of like coming up with what is the image we're going to create today. We're not rendering it. Sorry to anyone who's kind of like expecting me to do more painting than that. Okay, so if we had still like the campfire, but we're like looking down on it more. Got our droids here, and like our encroaching kind of forest, or our gentle nest, copse or cosps or whatever. If we're looking down on this scene, we may not get the palace view though, so that's kind of something to consider if we're like looking more top down. So if I hide that, I can kind of better see what I'm getting at. But like, you know, maybe it's still really high up, and we're seeing kind of like just some interesting landscape. It's like a path of trees, but they're like clearly down a hill on like some crazy mountain path or something like that. You know, like there's a lot of mountains in Narnia. Could be anywhere. And there's like just this almost like mist down below, crawling through the layers of trees or something like that. It's kind of got an interesting feel to it. Just like a drone shot of Larry camping with some droids or something. But then this is less of us kind of like being in a scene, and we're more kind of, you know, like omnipotent observers or something. Whereas the other version, it's more like we're a part of that camp and just kind of like walking back to it, perhaps. That's kind of interesting. Like a rock here or something. This one's kind of almost got like an eerie vibe if it's just like the world is just covered in this fog. Kind of cool, but I don't know if that's, again, the feeling I want to create. Yeah, exactly. I agree. I think the like the hunter perspective is more kind of story that we want anyways. Like this could tell a pretty cool story, especially if we like do something fun with the smoke or whatever. But like I don't think we'll get quite as kind of personal a view with Larry. And again, yeah, we're like looking down on this from another place. We're not here, so it's interesting. It could be a fun composition. It is maybe a little boring with it being kind of like so symmetrical, although I guess in the end it probably wouldn't end up that way, but this element doesn't quite have as much kind of dynamic feel as maybe this. So I'd say let's just see what happens if we kind of like work these shapes a little bit more intentionally into the original. See what happens. So Larry being more triangular. Can we do that? What does that mean? How does that look? I don't know what I'm doing. Welcome to the art stream. It happens a lot. Yeah, and again, like it's more like the overall kind of quality of the grouped values. Like I don't need it to actually be a perfectly closed triangle or anything like that. It's just kind of more like that's the feeling of the shape, right? And like this isn't really super triangular, nor does it need to be. Let's see what else. So the foreground, I think, is what I really kind of want to figure out and work using the shape stuff here, right? So this kind of opens up more here. Okay. And then kind of more closed off here. And we get this kind of almost step of value here and shape. This, oh sure, you know what, I might actually just like do this instead. This might be an easier way to carry over some of this stuff. So I'm just using a clipping mask, so I can kind of just paint in the layer using, you can't really see it, it's behind the scribe mouse guy, but I have a clipping mask applied that just lets me paint in and out what I want to keep from that layer. So if I just kind of bring this all in just so I see what's going on. Okay, so Larry, you're fine-ish. This, I'm going to bring that in. Yeah, bring that all in. I kind of like lightening that up. I don't want it to like have such dark tones, I don't think. Okay, that shape there, I want it to adjust. And also the background is more kind of glowy, so I think that's actually kind of nice, so I'll use that. I'll leave the sky brighter up here still too. What's going on here? I think I could keep that. Cool. Okay. Let's see. Hmm. Okay. Let's go with that line there. What's that? All right. Well, I think that that's at least kind of. No. This is tough. This is tough. Because, again, it's like a little bit of an abstract thing that we're trying to do here. And it's hard to know kind of like what you're going to get out of it. But I do know that by kind of like making cleaner groups, it will ultimately, in the end, be a cleaner image that reads better. Yeah, using like the cape to kind of do that triangle is not a bad way to do that. I think I'm going to just start to refine this again. And then just kind of like probably merge it all into one. So that I'm just kind of not fighting back and forth with all my layers. And again, like having like a blend using just kind of like texture to kind of create edges of material. Kind of a nice way to have detail, but like not really kind of like have to render it all in there and kind of like, yeah, I'm gonna have to merge this. Let's see. I'm gonna make a copy of this just in case I want to go back to it. Merge. All right, so now that's one. Now I can like do easier blending with stuff. Right. But there is a certain kind of like cozy kind of cozy campfire, I guess is what I want it to be. So let's try and get that quality into it. Like again, like yeah, I want it to be a friendly scene. Larry the Friendly Knight is hanging out with some silly droids on like a hilltop with some nice, you know, friendly woods. And it's like, there's so many things that I can kind of push and pull. Like, remember, much earlier on, I was kind of like using this shape specifically to kind of like bring your eye from the palace down into the kind of the actual camp. It's like, is that even happening anymore? I don't know. Do we need that anymore? Maybe? I think having this kind of like forest edge that's wrapping around the camp and like enclosing it in like a hug of plant matter makes it, you know, friendlier and cozier and kind of like a secure camp. And then that kind of like, I think can also just kind of like help create that flow. So maybe we don't need this shape to kind of like really lean into it quite so heavily, but like using it to kind of just be like, yeah, forest, see, trees. It's kind of like useful, so we like know what we're looking at, even if we don't actually have any real details. But that's good, because like we will still add details, but if we can read what it is even without any fidelity to it, then we're pretty good, you know. I think that's a really good thing. And then like the less kind of like value range you need to use to show what they're seeing, that's probably also a good thing, you know, because then it's nice and simplified and grouped and clean. Maybe this actually is more of kind of like an opened path here. Like, how do you get into this little cozy spot? Maybe that has like a pathway. I don't know, this could be like a nice mossy rock even, if I wanted to kind of like change up the materials just for added interest. Kind of like having like the light would act differently on this object if it's stone versus bush. Having kind of like moss and stuff growing on that could look nice. Having like little sprigs of plants as just this silhouetted thing on the top is maybe interesting. Makes it feel very kind of like old forest that way. There's just kind of like ancient boulder outcropping that just has stuff growing all over it. I can tone that down. Big boulder though. I suppose that with campfire light, you're going to get a lot of fall off very quickly because of how the light kind of spreads out as it travels. So we might actually not get like a crazy amount of bright light from the campfire, depending on how bold it is on this boulder. But we might even get more moonlight on it, in fact, which could be kind of a nice look if it's kind of a little bit slick, perhaps, like old and polished or something. I don't know. We got quite a tall angle on that though, so I'm kind of not liking that. It doesn't quite sit right with this. So I don't know. Maybe I don't want that to be a rock. Now I'm kind of like throwing a dark horizontal behind the Larry triangle, which is actually going to punch up that contrast. So that might not be a bad thing to do. Yeah, actually, that might be how I get that edge to read. Okay, let's take a look at our overlays again. So this one, we have so much nice room to kind of like see everything. The center is definitely the least interesting space in this image, which is cool. We have like the most interesting being kind of like the bottom right and the top left, and there's this kind of nice balance between the two. I like that. This, I think, has just like intrigue to it. Seeing the environment kind of like, it almost feels alive, the shapes kind of moving around the space. And kind of like riding the edges here is kind of cool. This more narrow one, again, has kind of like this nice two-point focus balance, and there's like certainly like a nice kind of depth between the two, so I think that's pretty good too. And then this, we're just kind of like feeling the environment kind of around it. Maybe I'll move this cloud to kind of like not be right on that edge. And yeah, I don't know, it's kind of working. All right. Let's see. So I think the pagoda is an interesting subject. I think it'll be identifiable. The pagoda here and like a mountain here, I'd say we should probably actually look at the map and see if we can actually make something logical out of this. So let us take a gander. Actually, maybe I should actually just open the map file in here so we can kind of just zoom around easier. Are you the one? Hope you're the one. Boom. All right. Yes. Okay, so Machu Picchu is very high altitude stuff, and there is a lot of kind of greenery and stuff. So I could imagine that this scene could take place anywhere on these mountaintops, right? Very high altitude. And then if we're looking at the pagoda, like way over here, it's a big structure, right? But it's kind of like, I guess there's maybe like this mountain range which could peek its head out, but like they're sloped the opposite way almost, right? These mountains, also pretty tall, but we're not getting so much greenery on the top. So it doesn't quite feel like it would work as well. Plus, if we're getting an angle from here, yeah, sure, we can see the pagoda, but like I feel like the lab is kind of the only other thing that would be kind of in that line of sight. Now, let's see, this like is also pretty high up. It may not be as obvious looking, but like this whole thing is a plateau, right? It's like the ground all lifted up, and so like, you know, this forest here is actually way above the forests down here, which is why you couldn't just walk on in here. And then, of course, that whole veil going on. But, it's got a view to the pagoda as well, but there's not really kind of like a mountain here in between. But I mean, we could imagine that like maybe there's a big mountain over here. Maybe Larry's over here and there's like a mountain here. He's like looking down from a completely unexpected angle. Or we could tweak this, because this is massive. This feels very just, it's got to be close and aggressively angled. And I don't really see anywhere that is quite working. Like, I don't know, maybe here and there's these aggressive angles here, but they're like kind of the wrong direction again. So we could change this shape thing, or just kind of make up whatever, because we do that all the time with MouseHunt. It's not the most consistent game. Hi, Charlie. Are you just going to try and fall off my lap again? Yeah? It's really warm to have you just laying on my lap for hours. I'm sorry. What do we think? Like, we could use the lab's kind of like telescope. It doesn't need to be a shape there. Like, we have kind of like smaller triangle, medium triangle, and like this rock could become more kind of, like, yep, that's just like a rocky cliff, and this just kind of turns into whatever else we want it to be, right? So we could do that. I kind of actually maybe dig this. Like, it's almost like another kind of level of this location. Like, this is actually a cliff wall here, and there's stuff kind of growing up here on a different level. That's kind of interesting. It's like, are they camping out before going into the mouth of a cave right nearby? What's happening? What's the story here, Larry? What have you discovered? That kind of interesting scene. And this feels a little more Mosu Picchu with kind of like plateaus of things. So maybe that's what I want. Yeah, I kind of like this. It like, you swoop in from the left and crash into this wall, and you still kind of go up here and kind of like do this little kind of dance around there. So I think that works. I might tweak this angle. Again, I feel like we're really kind of like spying on Larry almost from this angle. And also, you know what? Maybe it's because the bottom of this closes you off, right? Like, if this was open more like this, but it still has that circle to it, now we're inside this beam of light a little more, right? So we're a part of this camp. So I think maybe that's more friendly and interesting for kind of feeling like we're a part of this. Yeah, okay. And we're just kind of like returning from, exploring the woods in the dark or something. One other thing I was kind of like, do we even want this to be a night scene? I never intended it to be from the start, but that's just kind of where it ended up because of the idea of having like the campfire and the moonlight. And I like them. They're very interesting. But, it's like, usually with kind of like a night scene, it's a little bit more creepy and kind of like unknown, like a little scarier. Not that I'm worried about it being like, oh no, it's too scary. But like, I want to maybe try just like a nice kind of like, yeah, there's still they have a camp set up. Actually, now that we've opened the camp, I'm kind of like, should these droids not be like nearly falling into the fire? Like, should we rotate the log? And like, actually, yeah, okay. So if we kind of really change the layout here and make it more like, here's a log, and it's got a bunch of droids on it, and here's your log that you're like returning to, right? This one's open and waiting for you. So this I think is gonna kind of have more of a like, you know, like you're just hanging out with your buds, you know, kind of quality to it. That's kind of maybe a nice. You know? I don't know. It does also feel like you're kind of like telling ghost stories to each other. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's a nice suggestion, having Larry like waving at you, like looking to the camera kind of idea. Yeah, it could be nice. Like, we'll maybe have Larry kind of like, yeah, not necessarily kind of like burning a marshmallow. We could have the droids doing that, because they're also pretty darn kind of like bad at their job, right? So let's just kind of try that again. Have them kind of like leaning more. And this is Clumpy Larry. What is this pose, sir? Sir Larry. Get your greaves out of the fire. Just like have him very casual. Oh, Hunter, pull up a log. Yeah, so just like really rough now. He doesn't really have that kind of like shape to him anymore. Kind of like lost whatever his shape is, but I think we can kind of, let's see. Oh, math. Very good. Powerful dad joke. I am stealing that. I'm gonna like share this with the devs and be like, hey, get it? Like it. Larry's a skinny guy. Or maybe he's just like telling a story, you know, and he's just telling it with his hands. I feel like he would do that too. Yeah, something friendly and fun, right? I don't think that's hard to use at all with this. Alright, well, we'll definitely refine Larry's pose. It is gonna definitely be completely redrawn. No doubt about that. The Legends of Larry. Larry's got his own legends. He doth have adventures under his belt. Larry's seen things, man. Again, we'll just kind of get this pose working in post. All right. All right. So that's kind of, there's something nice going on. It feels way more friendly. This kind of like big, kind of sturdy rock wall is interesting to me now. I'm going to tweak the perspective a bit on it though, just to, again, like bring us down onto this level a bit more. Just so that we're kind of like walking into this camp. Raising this simple bush up right beside us will kind of like put us down on the ground with it, right? And what would really actually help, to be honest, would be to bring the horizon line down. Because, like, let's say we are walking in. What actually would be happening is the horizon is going to be at our eye line. And right now, it kind of feels like this could be where the horizon is. Like, we're really towering above things. And what is pretty interesting about that is if we have Larry supposedly on the same plane, Larry's very, very tiny. So what I want to do is actually like move this stuff really low down. It's going to be a bit awkward. I'll make a copy of it. There we go. And so we're really going to be like looking out into the open sky. And I'll raise... No, actually, I want to lower the ground here. And like this rock, I actually want it to slope the other way. I want it to be going out the perspective, kind of like sloping down. So now we're because like what it's gonna imply is that like any kind of like straight lines are gonna be kind of receding out to wherever the horizon is, right? So by kind of tweaking those angles, suddenly I feel like we're now closer down and actually standing on this ground. So that is definitely much more we're in the scene now. And like even this, I think I'm going to kind of skew it up. That's not the layer. No. Skew it up to kind of like get them into that perspective a little more, right? Yeah. Okay, I should merge all this again. It's like if I kind of like have a few layers of stuff, but they're close together on a similar plane, the higher up it goes, now it feels like, okay, that's getting closer and closer to the horizon line, even if we can't make out exactly what the horizon line is. This log, let's figure out the shadow. So we have the light source. And then, you know, if this is supposed to be Larry, having kind of like the raised arm. Yeah, okay. And again, like, I don't know where in Narnia we are exactly, but I feel like maybe this is up in Machu Picchu. You know? And since we don't need that like extreme triangle mountain on the right, it's much easier to just kind of like be like, I don't know, where are we? Sure, we can see the pagoda, but it could be a few different places, I suppose, which I think is more interesting. All right, cool. Cool. All right, I feel like maybe that's working better. how to turn on the buttons and be like, yep, Larry doesn't work there anymore. Womp womp. The wave is covered. That kind of works, but a little awkward. The pose itself is very awkward, so that's kind of just an element of it, to be honest. This arm is too big. Also, I want to bring that like burnt marshmallow back into this scene. I think it's a fun element. Yeah, I don't really like how the pose feels. It's very static and stiff, but we'll figure it out. I almost want him to just be holding this Larry sandwich. Hunter, enjoy a Larry sandwich on me. Alright. This one. You, friend, are going to be roasting the marshmallow. And you're the true hero of the scene. Yeah, I think I like it also waving. Maybe maybe Larry is telling a story, and that's the character that is actually looking at us and waving. I think there's something very cute about it being like a little droid friend, little buddy. That pose feels more natural anyways. So yeah, I think I'll make Larry kind of like, you know, like being in the middle of telling a story or something. I think that's just got a cute, kind of like he's always a little bit distracted or something anyways, so. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, come join us. Yeah, exactly. Also, yeah, like the idea of the droid being like the same size as a flaming marshmallow. It's good. It's good. Yeah, this tells a story of like you are coming to hang out with these friendly folk. We'll even get like a little bit of a nice, comfortable looking slope. It's nice and worn down log there for you to sit your butt on. Yeah, all right. I like. I almost want something just barely ominous, just kind of looming back here, where you're like, "What is that?" And they don't notice it or something. That's definitely way too noticeable, though, so not that. I'll find something. I want it to be like more of just kind of like, if you're really looking for it, then you'll notice it, but otherwise it's kind of hidden, maybe. No. Alright, Charlie, I'm dying. Too hot. Okay, so I think having a bit of that kind of like smoke would be a good brush. I feel like there's a brush I don't tend to use that might be good for this. Ash? Probably not this, actually. No. Good old Nebula. Use that one a lot. Or used to, anyways. I thought I had like a kind of, oh no, maybe it's the friction one. Yeah, kind of. Maybe. I don't want the smoke to be like too much, but still get that kind of idea of there being this kind of visual kind of guide, maybe. Maybe we don't need that after all. It's also maybe a little bit weird how perfectly that bush kind of like pinched down right above the fire. I feel like that's too convenient. There we go. Balance out that value on this side, but not necessarily the same shape to it. So we're going to close that off, I think, but like open it to us. Actually, if I blur these, maybe they'll feel more like they're in the foreground, maybe. Or like, if I give them a little bit of a highlight, maybe it helps imply that we're right beside them because that light might not scatter very far, so being right beside it, it'll pick up that reflection, but not if we're far enough away. Yeah. I just put like a little picnic blanket under the campfire. Have Larry's like picnic basket and sandwiches all laid out, but like some are on fire. Join us, Hunter. We're not inherently dangerous on our own. Alright. Got some like bits of ash, sparks. Make it feel a little more fire. Where's that ash brush? I do want that temporarily. It's a lot of specific detail that I don't actually need for where we're at with this, but hey. I actually want this tree to feel really big, like it's you know, relatively close to us, but like if I kind of like almost imply that we're seeing kind of like the shelves of branches and they're the underside of them, then that kind of again helps imply where is that horizon line and helps ground us. So there we go. Still going. Still going. Although I don't know if I'll go too much longer. I feel like I've figured out a lot of the image. I did expect to do just maybe a little more kind of exploration, just to see what else is possible. But I don't know, as soon as we had like the concept of you really kind of like being someone visiting the camp and like being greeted, I was kind of like, no, this is definitely what I want it to be. Something like this. So just a normal moon. All right. Well, I think that we've got some pretty interesting stuff with this illustration. Now, if we're really kind of like settling into this kind of like, you know, like, cozy little campfire with my friends kind of vibe, and we're trying to kind of ground ourselves into this shot here, which I like. You know, I want this feeling of like we're here, we're standing just at the edge of this and kind of like walking in and joining our friends. I like that, this kind of like angle here. What doesn't work anymore, although I suppose it could, is instead of us being like up on a mountaintop, why don't we like, I suppose we could be down in a valley, and then we have a little more, well, let's see, maybe a valley isn't the easiest to work with, because we don't really have very many valleys. Like we could be down in here. Could just be in the forest anywhere now. Could even be like right beside the meadow. Down in these forests, looking up at the pagoda. It's just kind of like, if we're up on a mountaintop and we're trying to kind of like make the horizon line basically like this, or this, you know, like the pagoda being above that suggests that we're below the pagoda, right? So that either needs to change into not being that, or we're just kind of more on ground level, and there can just still be like cool, interesting silhouettes of stuff, which I think is fine. But what do we want it to be? You know? With kind of like almost this like triangular kind of design going on with like whatever this silhouette is and the smoke, you know, kind of like feeling like, yeah, I'm being drawn into the camp now. So I think that's good. Figure out what to put up on that plateau, perhaps. Cool. All right. Well, I'm feeling like we figured out the image. So I think that I'm going to wrap up this stream, because I am definitely getting a little bit on the poop side of things, getting a little exhausted, still kind of fatigued pretty easily. But I've actually been really productive with this today, so I'm really happy about that. It's honestly not been the greatest couple of weeks, because you know, just having a mixture of ADD and potentially long COVID is not awesome. I do not recommend it. Do not recommend. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's actually get the time-lapse off of this. I'm going to save this. That's a good thing to do, because, you know, I made sure to do that earlier. I totally did. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I definitely saved at one point, maybe. Yes. Let's see. What is the hotkey to zoom out? That's not it. Not that. Now, Time lapse. I suppose we can just make this front and center. Yeah, so I feel like we figured it out. No guarantees that that's actually going to be what it finally looks like, but I think it's a fun little story beat at least, and it does feel generically. This could really be almost anywhere in MouseHunt, and it's Larry and some droids. We are familiar with those characters, so I like that. I feel like that kind of creates a nice kind of like generic feeling moment in almost any adventure. There's a lot of forest areas in the game, so who knows where this is and when. But I think it's nice. So we're about to blow it up to full size soon. There we go. Yeah, and so we wanted to kind of like discover like what are our really simple shapes that kind of like build this scene for us. And you know, it gave us something to work off of for sure. But we definitely changed it from what we kind of like decided on in quotation marks. Like we discovered like, yeah, okay, that shape collection is more interesting. But yeah, ultimately like seeing where that sketch was just a moment ago even. Like before we kind of like switched over, you know, like it's kind of messy. You know, it really is kind of like a lot more chaotic feeling than like where it ended up, in my opinion. So I think that was a useful thing to do. Just really kind of like trying to really collect shapes and define those to be really more distinct and stand out. The first introduction to the droids. That's a great question. I actually do think that. Where is it? I know that the ambush was a very early one, but I feel like there had to have been at least one drawing I did of the droids before the ambush. Because, like, that's a lot of droids to put into a single trap, right? For them to be this concept, and then, you know, just like the first thing I do with them is like throw, you know, that many into a single image. It feels like, I don't know, that doesn't seem right. Like, I feel like there was probably a trap design with just one or two of them, maybe. Thank you, Matt. Yeah, so I think I'll definitely like really kind of figure out Larry's pose, and I think I might either make him like startled and you know like looking into the bushes and like you know like timid or just kind of like being goofy, or you know like storytelling. I think would also be pretty fun and cute. I like these little guys. I think they are doing what they need to. Um, I'm pondering if I want to change their scale, move them closer so we can still keep some nice details on them. Uh, I don't know. It's an interesting question, and I don't think that this is totally where I need it, but like the idea is where I want it. So making this work is just a matter of kind of putting in the elbow grease. Um, but the environment feels very interesting and mysterious, but like it's a little imposing, like these high walls and like looming trees, but like if there is enough warmth and light kind of like landing in the scene around and these characters really kind of like take the stage, I think it'll still be like friendly and inviting. So I think that's good. And then like being able to see the Sky Palace is pretty interesting too. So yeah, I like it. I like it. Yeah, no, I really I don't do that trick a lot because I don't do a lot of scenes. But it is definitely an incredibly useful thing to like really kind of like understand things as shapes and just kind of collect those and simplify those. It's really about how clean can you get things to read. So I'm actually giving this a flip. And again, like, yeah, I feel like this is just like bigger, bolder shapes. And like I might pull that shadow or the whole rock closer together so that's almost one simple object, and the ground just kind of, you know, clean these all up into kind of like really clear, distinct values. But yeah, I think that's pretty good. I think it's fun. All right. Well, it is 3:42. Oh, and I'm gonna head out. But thank you very much, everyone, for being a part of this stream. I'm gonna copy that link and post it again. There's the Larry link in the chat in case you missed it. Make sure to grab that one. It's pretty sweet, useful. And yeah, I'll probably continue this drawing in 2 weeks' time. We'll see. No guarantees, of course, but I think it'll be fun to see where this ended up and maybe kind of like finish it on the next art stream. Perhaps. We'll see. But yeah, all right. Well, thank you again for your input and suggestions and just kind of keeping me company. All right. Take care. Stay safe. Take care of each other. I'll see you next time and catch you later, everybody. All right. Bye for now.